a Stairway to space rounds, though, but other teams will be so serious in how they are playing, and there's not a chance for them to make a mistake. So looking at the draft right now, they do not want to have any kind of, I mean, they do not want to give any kind of upper hand to each other. So taking away the Lucas and Harriet by the side of IWT, I would say they want to have that goal lead for themselves, to have that dominator into that goal. But I feel like LCF read this out well. They did ban out that Granger.
Obviously, I mean the Granger, the Jushin from the side of LCF right now, the new lineup. We already saw how this new lineup is effective
Yeah.
in the Vortex of Legend, and right now we're gonna see it in the Crown, perhaps. I mean, Misery literally brought misery for the team. Oh my goodness, I can't remember that match. I mean, 21-1-5. That was the score of Misery. So we can't repeat that thing. But let's see what happened because IWT are also looking strong. Before that, I can say that this is LCF1 versus LCF2 because you can see Pookie Pine, Zohan are playing from the side of IWT, and here we can see Zobam, Asuna, Devil, Misery, Angel. I don't know this guy, but maybe he's also great. Let's see. Let's look after the match. But right now, the Fanny ban coming from the side of Team IWT. Debbie, obviously, you need the Fanny to get banned because the mobility, the damage she is producing, see, is too much OP in the jungling section. So obviously, you should ban a Fanny. You don't have a counter for her. I mean, if you go for the Kufra, Eudora, then you will lose your tank and mid lane.
Yeah, this is correct because I'm actually I'm not sure who's gonna be the jungle for the side of LCF. So I mean, maybe IWT knew what we do not know, and they're also taking out the Fanny or Nas. They do not want to just risk this Fanny by, like you mentioned, very strong in the jungling section. Even though she's the night blue, she can be the factor for that split pushing when the team requires. So I totally understand the Fanny ban, but meanwhile, the Matilda has been such a consistent ban for both of the teams. Many times around, we have seen the Matilda being taken away because she does open up so many combinations as well as a threat into the early stages of this game, and we have seen many times. But for the side of IWT, they are capitalizing onto that first pick and picking out the highlights into this first phase. I feel like this highlight is kind of like no brainer to say the least because Hylos has been like a safer choice when you have that first pick and open up to most of this kind of early game lead because Hylos is such a tanky hero as well and very flexible too.
Not a single second wasted, Debbie. And look at that. The pick was too fast. I mean, the Badang in the EXP as well as the Suyu Angel going to be the jungler of Team LCF new lineup. That's surprising. I mean, I'm going to see some new player playing for LCF in the jungling section. Obviously, Johan is in this side, so there should be a new jungler from that LCF side. So it's Angel. Let's see how Angel gonna manage the jungling section. But there you go. I mean, they didn't give some time to them, and this time we're gonna see that IWT are picking the Irithel first. The Granger is banned, the Harith is banned, so Irithel is here. I mean, totally safe pick from the side of team IWT, and the Sicilian for the backline. Exo literally picked the Sicilian, and this time we're gonna see the late game damage, the late game advantage right now in the hand of IWT. What do you think? What will be the last pick, Devi?
Yeah, they can actually go for the. They can possibly keep them mid to late game, but oh my goodness, Asuna, this guy is such an amazing player that we have known so far because time and time again he has been when he has been playing with ABM, he was making such an important move, such a very skillful plays that does make a opening for the team as well. So he is a force to be reckoned with. But meanwhile, I have an insight on Devil that I've known him. I mean, people have been telling me that this guy is a very impeccable but down player. So I would say it's gonna be a hard lane for the side of IWT because this is his main hero so far. But Porcupine as well, he's changing his role a little bit going into that golem because this guy is flexible so far. So I do really like this kind of meta because we do not know. There's a new and old versus new roles.
You had played with Pine a lot. I have seen that, and you brought a bronze sometime. Had also seen that, but we can't
Yes,
talk
yes.
about it right now because the Tigreal getting banned from the side of IWT. That's something new coming from them. I mean, they thought about it maybe because the Eve is there, so they don't want a combo of Tigreal Eve from the side of LCF, but they can go for the. I mean, Terizla also because there is a Badang playing from the side of LCF, and it will be a great combo also. But they are going for the Gato ban. I mean, LCF is right now going for the Gato ban. So Caramella is open. What do you think, Debbie? Is gonna we gonna
Oh,
see the Caramella ban or something from MM section? I mean, Melissa is open, Carrie is open, Claude is open, even the Layla is open.
yeah. Possibly, they can eventually go for the Glada, but oh, they did ban out the Claude. Plus, you are right in this card then because the Claude is such a menace. Even though he's a weak lane hero, not really much of a damage dealer into this early phase, but when he farms that core, well, he is so hard to catch even though he's a squishy
Yeah.
hero, he just have that mobility that's making it a bunch of outplay chances for him to have. But like you mentioned, the Carmilla is still completely left open because they prioritize the clutch, and LCF will be capitalizing on that and picking out that uh the Carmilla right now. But it does close up the chance for IWT to pick up the chip as well.
Obviously, I mean, the chip is open. They didn't went for the Vexi because they didn't know about the Caramella pick. But the thing is, I also think that the Matilda is like very much hyped right now. Nowadays, people are hyped it that they want Matilda in their side. Therefore, the Matilda is getting banned. But the Matilda can be easily countered by Khalid. Even Caramella can counter it. So Matilda ban, it's okay. I was about to say that in the first banning phase, but right now let's see what team IWT is planning. Oh my
Oh,
goodness. Look at that. Ishan Shin in the jungling section for team IWT, and Madara is going for the, I mean, Khalid Rome against a Caramella. What do you think?
Oh, I feel like they do want to have that early lead just to make spacing for Johan. I mean, but this is kind of confusing to me because they have been changing the team so far. So we have only seen Johan in the only usage in user in any kind of tournaments we have seen so far. If there are another, I'm not aware of. Maybe Johan is the only one that I've seen the usage in, and possibly the teams will be playing for him. Just try to enable him and give a spacing for him as well. But looking for the type of identities lineup, they are actually having so expensive picks because this is the Yusen, the Sicilian, and Irithel combined together. They are gonna be a little bit of a weak early game heroes. And they have to be surely dependent onto that late game. Meanwhile, for the side of LCF, they have that lead for that aggressiveness they do want to go for into this early stages of this game. So it's gonna be a fun match to witness because both of the teams have a very different kind of uh combination as well as power spikes too.
I mean, both the junglers are not easy to catch. Both of them have high
Yeah.
mobility in themselves. So it will be a fun match. The LCF versus IWT, or we can say LCF versus LCF2, because there are so many LCF players in their lineup also. But looking after the draft, Devi, what do you think? Who gonna win this match? I mean, this is the BO3. I
Yeah.
forget to tell you guys, this is the BO3 best of three match. So what do you think, Devi? I mean, the first set will goes to whom?
Oh, if they drag this to the late game, I would say IWT have that upper hand. But if the side of LCF does have does capitalize on that early game aggression and snowball that they are made for, there's a chance for them to win this game first. But we have to see how the execution goes because at this point the draft is not the problem anymore. It's the execution and the mechanics.
Obviously, but here we are into the land of dawn right now. The oh my goodness, the desert tornado right now giving so much damage in the mid lane to that Eve, and they didn't give me time to say that we are here into the land of dawn for the crown championship season 1. It's a BO3 stairway to the Swiss stage, and right now we are watching LCF versus IWT first set of the BO3. We are rooting both of the teams to win this match. But I mean, there will be one team who gonna win this match and will be forwarding themselves to the Swiss stage. So let's see, guys. All the best to both of you. Oh my goodness, the gank right now coming on to Ixo is so much.
And that oh my goodness, Jobon's dying. He's just trying to focus onto Mandara right there because he was kind of figuring out he's gonna be there, but one of the things would be safe for so far. But Lee Sin does have that level 4 first earlier than the Suyo. This is what we do not see much, but I would like to say that he's farming like and he's gonna be farming and he won't be even online until 7 to 10 minutes of this game. And we have to see how this turns out because the Suyo is a very snowball dependent hero as well as a lead. But look at that.
God, Madara right now going for that Suyu. Suyu will be getting back into the track. That's a nice escape for the Caramilla. But Caramilla at a very less HP will be managed to escape at this moment. Both of the team are right now poking each other. No fatalities yet. It's been 2 minutes. The neutral objective will be popping soon into the land of dawn in just 1 second. But right now, look at that. Going advancedly onto the devil. But there will be no fatalities as well.
Looking at the side of IWC, they are actually the one looking like they have the lead. But this is a recent and Syria matchup that we are talking about, and we have seen the costly picks coming out from IWC as well. I feel like the early aggression would have been into the hands of LCF, but actually it's too fast for you onto that Hylos and the Khalid Mandara on that Khalid. They are calling the shots. Look at that.
Okay, the real one manipulation into the face because there will be a kill. It will be the first blood for Team LCF. What a nice way to take the first blood. And right now they're going for the turtle fight. The Batfish already been on, giving so much damage to
Oh,
the Badang. Badang has forced a wall over there, but look at that Badang going back to the track because he don't want to get die over there. And an easy turtle still by the Team LCF in the first turtle fight.
Oh, like I said, I kind of think that the early game aggression coming out from the Khalid as well as the Hylas might eventually be not worth it for the Yisun right here because he did have a spacing to try to go for the turtle, but that early game, uh, that force kind of too fast for you might actually be the stopping point, the stopping track for Johan to take the turtle, and eventually Angel will be the one securing the early game, early first turtle, and he will quite have that lead that he needed in order to have the snowball going. But the Houston Johan is actually quite farming well, and he is equal in the lead, equal in the goal too. So it has to be, I mean, so you have to be a little bit careful in how he have to farm because he wants to have the lead and he has to be a little bit aggressive too. This is the early game. He have the advantage.
Equations are literally onto the point, Devi. And look at that. That Mountain Seeker literally giving so much, I mean, map awareness to the team IWT.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Ishan Sen. I mean, he's a great hero. So many guys
hmm
do not respect it, but look at that. Going forcibly into that Khalid. Suyu will not getting any kill because Angel will be getting back into the track. But right now in the bush, the fight has been on to that Irithel at a very bad position.
Oh,
Will be taking down that Suyu as well. Revenge onto the point by the Beatrix, and Suyu's revenge has been taken down because Irithel has been gone from the land of dawn.
I would
Okay,
like to.
okay.
Oh, that's
The
the real
manipulation,
manipulation.
the real one manipulation already been on. The bad piece is giving so much damage to the Eve there, and Sicilian at a very bad positioning right now. Exo, will he manage to escape? I think so, but look at that. I mean, Jobam is there, Misery is
Yes, he
there. They
was
are
getting.
right
I mean,
now fighting on to that.
oh,
Oh my goodness, Khalid, Flicker for rescue. No time to, I mean, give me a small break. That's what LCF are. I mean, they literally lost their jungler, but they didn't got out from the confidence.
and looking at them, they are the one actually having it. But look at that again, please, Craig. Stunning two members, but the goal is probably committed as well. But take it away to us.
Obviously, the glorious pathway. And again, one more turtle will be going to the side of LCF. And right now, Jobam at a very less HP will be getting back. And Rising Sandstorm connecting three
Oh,
people. Hylos getting down over there, but Dang also. And look at that
oh.
double kill for the Khalid. The Sicilians. Sanguine Claws onto that Beatrix, but so much. And at a very less HP, managed to, I mean, retreat at that point. Asuna, what a nice retreat from her.
Mm. I would say, I would say taking down the goalie, that Beatrix right there for LCF might actually be worth it because at the first point when Pookie find that he did manage to take out the Zangler as well, and he was a little bit behind in the goalie just because of that one death and compared to the Beatrix as well. But And now they are actually the one having that potential to equalize the goal because they did manage to take out the turret as well as the goal laner for onto the side of Beatrix again. But look at the position
It's
of
all about
Matara.
the raising sandstorm. It's connected over three
Yeah.
people and it gives so much damage. And the desert tornado, look at that. Madara is a roamer and he still managed to give so much damage to the jungler as well as the mid laner of Team LCF. And right now, I mean, we can say that a little bit we can favor on Team IWT. Their draft is literally saying too much right now because they have the early game potential and they're literally seeking it right now.
And they are just scaling out for the later parts of this game as well. And you know what's crazy? It's that the Yisensin Johan is actually the one having the lead compared to the to Angel onto that Surya because we have always thought that the Yisensin might be actually the hero that's gonna be a little bit behind in comparison to the other heroes, the other heroes and girls, especially those Surya or the Alpha as well. But he's actually the one having that power farm that he's looking for, and you know, looking at the position of SES so far, they are looking for again.
Oh my goodness. That was a nice joining out that Khalid over there. They will not waste their ults on that Khalid because the Raising Sandstorm will be for the rescue as well as the Flicker on their hand. But the thing is, I mean, right now, okay, look at that Bat Fist
Oh,
onto
oh,
the glorious pathway to that Angel right now. Angel at a very bad positioning. Will he manage to escape? Okay, he's going for the kill. And at a very less HP, managed to escape at this moment. What a nice way. But in the meantime, we can see they baited for the turtle. Oh my goodness. Real one manipulation will be taking down that Hylos over there. And at an inch of HP with the Mountain Seeker on, Suyu managed to escape this moment. That's a nice escape, buddy. But mid lane won. And oh my goodness, Batang gone.
oh, that was a nice timing, I would say, but to say the least. The side of identity are looking for traits everywhere because whenever there's a response coming out from LCF, I mean, whenever there's like attack coming out from LCF, they have always a way to respond, and that kind of response is done by Johan onto that as taking that turtle, as well as a kill onto Devil again, who has been isolated among the team and trying to defend the mid lane. And I feel like the objective wise is actually IWT who have the lead right now because they took down two turrets and a turtle too. So we have to see the scoreboard into the kill bird it as well is actually 5-4-5 again. And focusing on to the goal so far, the goal laners so far, it's actually Pine who have that lead at the moment. But you know the Beatrix can scale up as well.
Ooh, that raising sandstorm again. Two people, real one manipulation on and glorious pathway on to the point right now. Look at that. At a
Oh,
very bad position. Khalid will be going out from the land of dawn. It's a Beatrix way and misery right now, bringing some misery to the hand of Team IWT. That's what we talk about misery. He is, I mean, an OP goal laner we have saw in the previous one. And right now, I mean, the match was a little bit. I mean, I can't say I'm confusing because the start was too good for IWT, but right now LCF are looking like they are back onto the track.
They are, I mean, they are looking for the footing that they require, and they are actually finding it because Misery, like you mentioned, has been warming up, even though he was losing a little bit of turret. But the change in the lane might actually be in favor for him because once he had the goal that he was looking for, and Devil might be the one who's sacrificing his lane to give the goal laner a little bit of a lead there, looking as well. But the next objective that Lord will be there until that land of dawn as of now. And both of the teams are looking for a prepping. They are looking for a center for their lord because they know that how important the first lord is in this game. They are gonna be deciding factor of who's gonna be having more objective being secured.
Even though the MM lane, I mean the goal lane won by Team IWT, but the EXP right now won by Team LCF, and that's the reason they don't care about the bot lane. They are looking after the Lord and to the top lane. This is the oh my goodness, Mountain Seeker
Oh,
for the map awareness, and look at that misery. Oh my goodness, at a very less HP, IWM already on. Oh my goodness, look at that fight over there. Sicilian managed to take on that Badang and the revenge onto the point by Suyu, but the Caramilla will be falling down over there and the killing spree for the Beatrix. Beatrix will be shutting down by the Ishanshin as well. That Angel will be taken down by Suyu. I mean, Irithel over there. What I mean, I just forget that Irithel have so much damage that she managed to take on two kills as well as the Lord over there. This is what the gang started. And I mean, Team IWT went for the gang. Then LCF was at a very good positioning, Debbie, but they didn't manage to take on the Lord as well as the, I mean, team members of IWT.
This is a kind of the plan for LCF to just have that lead. But the displacement coming out for the side for the side of Inuity onto that Khalid might actually be invaluable for them because, like you mentioned, they have that good position, they have the required position to have that gang looking so far. But Khalid did with the racing center and the Africa as well. But look at that, the goal is part way.
Yeah, obviously the glorious pathway, but look at that Beatrix right now taking on to the Lord fight, and he will be taking down the Lord as well. But in the meantime, we can see the EXP section is totally clear, and we can see blue lanes over all where in the map. And right now, into the red buff, so much damage. The Mountain Seeker giving right now a map awareness to the team. Oh my goodness, it was an inch of HP. Devil managed to escape at this moment. I thought Ishan Shin will be taking down him, but the way, I mean, Irithel, oh my goodness, Casa Blood already onto the Irithel right now. Suyu entering into the team by the revitalizing onto the point. Oh, and the glorious pathway is going on to those four people. And at a very less HP, Hylos and the team is want to go back. But let's see, but Dang will be taking down that Hylos. No, it's a Suyu.
Oh,
And in the meantime, we can see Irithel giving so much damage. A double kill coming for the Suyu right now. The real one manipulation,
oh,
but it will be a double kill for the Irithel as well. I mean, Misery taking down that Khalid over there, and at a very less
oh.
HP, Misery will be taken down. It's a triple kill for the Irithel, as well as the Maniac for the Irithel, because the Suyu also got down. Angel, Misery, Team LCF is fallen down by Pokey Pine. Can you just believe, Davey? I mean, the EXP lane guy playing the MM lane, and he is, I mean, cooking this match against Misery.
Absolutely right, and we have seen Missouri so amazing onto that goal, especially onto these heroes, like very mid-game skilling heroes, and we have seen so far how perfect of a combination he have with the team as well. But I would say that the back and forth, going in and out for Pine as well as too fast for you and Madara onto that Khalid might actually confuse the side of LCM because they do not know if they should take this fight because they're going in and out for IWC. They are moving in, they are moving out, they are coming in, they are coming out. So they cannot fully commit into this kind of team fights. And at the last part, we have seen Asuna not being able to catch anyone. I mean, he did catch some people, but he
Look at
wasn't able
that.
to
The Joe bomb will be taken down over there by the Sicilian right now. Oh my goodness, they have attacked, but it will be a double kill for the Sicilian. And going for that monster kill coming for Pokey Pine right now. And at a very less HP, will Asuna manage to go? Real one manipulation forcibly used, but it will be a double kill for the Pokey Pine. What a way to take on the Devil with the four-man down of Team LTF. And one man is there. Let's see. Will Angel manage to go? Oh my goodness, Sanguine Claws did connect, but the mobility onto the crease and glorious pathway already been used. The base hit has been started. No minions over there. Suyu will be managing to defend the turret. I mean base.
Mm. What an objective-minded Johan is onto that Ethan's, I would say, because we've seen so far he's been securing the turtles, the farms, and he do wants to go for the 15 level 15. But meanwhile, his team has been that kind of a force for the side of LCM because they have the damage required from the ESL on Porcupine we have seen so far and Sicilian as well. And later the part this game goes, the more the Sicilian will scale, the more the users in that the ESL will scale, and there's a chance for LCF to fight this back if they make their Beatrix stay alive, protecting their locals, and possibly if Devil can make a perfect set onto at least the DPS, at least one DPS for the side of IWC, then they might actually have a time for
Many
defense.
people have already completed. Oh my goodness, the Mountain Seeker, then the Glorious Pathway right now, giving so much damage to the Caramella because Caramella will be getting down over there. And the Elemental Lord, no, it's oh my goodness, the base turrets has been falling down from the top side, and they are going inside the turret. The Khalid is managing to give some damage over there. The real one manipulation onto the point. Winter Crown already been used, but Dang getting down over there, and Beatrix as well, and will be wipe also getting wipe out from the map. And look at that, only one man, Angel, there. Will he manage to defend this base? No, because the immortality popped up, and it will be a double kill as well. The base will be getting down because Team IWT securing the first match of the BO3 of the Stairway to the Swiss stage of Crown Championship Season 1. Congratulations for winning the first set. Let's see, it will be a clean sweep or it will be a bounce back from the side of LCA. What do you think, Debbie? What happened? Why Team LCA fallen down in this match? I mean, they were back into the tempo, then the pace got off, and IWT marching down to the base and destroyed the base, and they just won the first set.
You know, like you mentioned, it wasn't a pure domination because the early game aggression was coming on for the side of LTF, and they were having that footing. They find that perfect footing as well. But that one problem to that Lord side where uh, Misery was caught in a position where too fast for you, and Madara was chasing him so much that he had to waste a blink and a flicker as well, and he was taken quite so low. He wasn't having the position, the position and the spacing he had required, and he fell down. And if the DPS fell down, there wasn't much the other side that they can do because three of the DPS for the side of IWT were still alive and they were dealing a lot of damage onto any members for LCF, and eventually the Lord that they secure gives them the lead that they required, and from then on Porcupine came online and as well as Johan onto the Eastern scene again. So I feel like even if this game goes into the late stages, there wasn't a chance for LCF to come back from that.
Obviously, Devi, for sure. I mean, this was happened in the match, and the analysis has already been done by Debbie. Guys, what do you think? I mean, right now, your favorite team, maybe LCF, maybe IWT, you are favoring them for sure. But what do you think, guys? I mean, will LCF bouncing back in the second match, or it will be a clean sweep for LCF from the side of IWT? I mean, LCF2 is right now cooking onto the LCF1. The real lineup of LCF is falling down to their old lineup. Not the old lineup because only Pookie Pine is there, I can say. But guys, don't go anywhere because we will be taking a short break before starting the next match. So thank you for watching, guys. Love you all. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned with us. Hit the subscribe button, like the stream, share the stream to your friends, and don't forget to comment who gonna win this match and about the favorite part of the game. and gentlemen, we are here back into the Crown Championship Season 1, the Stairway to the Swiss stage. And this is the second set of the BO3. That's between Team LCF versus Team IWT. This time, LCF having the first pick and heading you to the draft. It's none other than Debbie.
Mm, this is a kind of a draft that I'm looking forward to because, in a best of three, the second game is where both of the teams get serious and they do bet out a respect band that's going to be coming on. The heroes that they take in the first game are, sometimes banned away. But if they do want to go for something new, something better, the side of LCM can go for the band that they deem meta. But yeah, like we mentioned, the first hero that we have seen into that first game will be banned away by LCM because, understandably so, because Hylos is such a safe pick into that first game because it's also flexible, it's also um very tanky and very sustainable and hard to counter too. So I completely understand the benefit coming out from LCM.
Obviously, the high loss as well as the Jushin right now, as you say, the high loss is very flexible, and they literally got that high
Yeah.
loss pick very say towards their heart because the high loss was always using the glorious pathway onto the time, onto the point, into the gang, and it was literally very lingering their gameplay for sure. So therefore, LCA literally go for that thing and they the Jushin of obvious ban. We always see this. Right now the meta bans are preferably quite onto this Jushin, Joy, Suyu, and there are Harith, Granger. These guys are getting banned, so I don't want to recall it, but look at that Matilda once more. Debbie, they are fearing the Matilda or what? Matilda can be easily countered by the Khalid, Caramella. So many heroes are there who can counter Matilda.
Possibly because Matilda does have chances for a combination as well. And the saving grace, this is a Matilda which is the only support that I've deemed meta in this season so far. And because of the mobility that she have, might actually be the only reason. The plus advantage that teams go for. So banning it out, I say this is a very, very understandable ban because you do not want to face a Matilda. I've been kind of spending a Matilda, and most of the time it's a winning condition. It's a winning game for us when there's a Matilda, and I've seen it firsthand how good the Matilda is and happening and many many kinds of combos so far. But I would say the Badang ban coming out for the side of LCF is very questionable though because they have the Badang user that I'm talking about. Even though they got the bronze into that first game, the bronze the KDA doesn't matter. It's the time. It's the excuse me. It's the mechanic that he gears out and the distracting fact that it is. So they do not want to use the down to their first pick, I was saying.
Maybe the thing is, the Hylos is banned, so maybe they're thinking that Team Madara or maybe EXP laner of Team IWT can go for that Badang, therefore they banned it. It would have been a linger pick also because it could have been very much annoying for the side of LCF. So literally they banned it. They don't want to hamper this match because it's a do or die match for them. If they don't win, they are out from the league. This is the stairway to the
Yeah,
Swiss. If you're winning, you're just going to the Swiss stage. Who doesn't want to go to the Swiss stage and look at that? The Harith right now getting banned from the side of team IWT, the last ban in the first banning phase, and the first pick, what it will be. Oh my
mm,
goodness, Misery with the Granger, guys. This is, a OP pick of tonight because Misery is going with the Granger. Yesterday, let me recall IWT. It was 22-1-5. The KDA was 22-1-5 with one Savage, two Maniac, two triple kill. So be ready for that.
absolutely right. And I would say this is a very, very brainy situation that's coming out from IWT as well because they have a Irita player and we have seen to that first game how the Irita was coming online. It wasn't much for there wasn't much for LCF to do because whenever he's roaring with that heavy crossbow as well and the Queen's Roll too, he was dealing a lot of damage into the backline as well because he had the armor breaker too into this passive as well. But they did risk out that Irrital because they did risk out the Granger here because they feel like they can fight for it too. Because right now we have seen the extra going for that 16 pick. This is a very, very late game hero as well. And I feel like into their first pick because how much of a flexible hero he is. And most of the time I've seen heroes, I've seen team's going for tankier first picks, right?
Obviously. And the thing is, I mean, the Fanny and the Hilda right now into the side of team LCF. I mean, they literally forgot to ban this Fanny. So we are going to see Angel with the Fanny and Devil with the Hilda. But in that side, we can see for the Granger, there is a Irithel. Yesterday, we saw that thing, but it doesn't work. I mean, the Misery literally brought misery for that team. But right now, Pokipine again with that Irithel and Exo is going again for the Sicilian. So maybe I can say that a pretty same lineup coming from the team IWT, and the let's see what will be the ban. It will be a mage for sure, but let's see what it will be. I mean, Vexana open, Eve is open, and they are strictly going for that Eve.
Is this a chance for Johan to go for the alpha because they are banning out the Eve? But Asuna is the kind of player you cannot ban out. You just ban out the heroes that you do not want to face again, or it's a direct counter for it because this guy, he plays every hero like it is his main too. So we have to see what they are gonna ban for. Right now, I really like this Fanny pick for Angel here because it is Fanny is a kind of like not a direct counter but a kind of an answer for Irisel because into the early stage of this game if the Irisel is disabled most of the time by Fanny and if he focuses on that goal in much more than any kind of turtle, it might actually be in advantage for them. So basically I feel like the Fanny pick is just for the Irisel here.
Obviously, and it can go for the Sissy also. I mean, both the backliners are right now in the danger because there is a Fanny and
Yeah.
she is the backliner eater. So, I mean, with the strings, with those cables, if she will be coming, you should be fear about that thing. I mean, she will be attacking surprisingly and so much damage with those attacks. With the Sky Piercer, or it will maybe a Blade of Heptasis. She is OP, that should we always recall it. But I mean, the Fanny gets so much ban in tournaments, so we
Oh
don't
yeah.
see it much. But the last time Mommy Numi's team against IGN used that Fanny, and it was too, I mean, metabolic for the team IGN. But right now, look at that. The chip is getting banned from the side of IWT. That's a nice ban. I mean, you don't want Zobam to play the chip. So he
Yeah.
literally banned it. Or maybe a Caramella is coming from the side of IWT.
Oh, there's a possibility that they go for the throw as well because, like I've seen, the throw is kind of like direct counter for the Fanny because whenever there's a chance for him to dive in, it's just he's gonna be dragon. I mean, wave the dragon away every time he's gonna dive in. But right now, I feel like there's a chance for the Kubra as well if they do want to directly counter the Fanny. But Johan, he's just trying to secure because I feel like picking the Fanny just close up the chance for Yi Sin to pop up. If he does go for the Yi Sin again, I would say it is very ballsy of him to go for it.
Oh, wow. He took time. He wants some time to think what he should pick. We just took that time, and right now we're gonna see Madara with the CC around him. I mean, that's saying that too fast for you is going Rome this time, and Madara is going with that CC. No more Khalid pick Khalid gameplay because Khalid got banned. They don't want Madara to use that Khalid again and linger the gameplay. So LCF literally went to ban all those heroes that made so much problem in the last match, and this time they're
Oh.
going for the long range maze. I mean, previous one they went for the Eve, so Eve is banned. So right now they went for that Farsa. Let's see what will be the Rome. I mean, will be Hilda going for the Rome or something else is coming? I mean, there are so many chances because the chip is banned. You can go for the Caramella, and that's maybe the reason IWT want them to pick the Caramella, but no, because
Oh.
it's the Lolita from the side of Team I mean LCF right now, Zoba with that Lolita. What do you think? Lolita is a great pick for the Dirithal or what?
It's just because it can block any other projectiles that's gonna be coming out for the batteries and the heavy crossbow, as well as if the bomb goes for that distance in the basic attacks. Possibly for that, but so far I haven't been liking Lolita because she's just too dependent on any kind of distraction. And she's too dependent on the sets. She's gonna be a surprise factor for any kind of sets because so far we haven't seen a combination that's coming out like that with the Farsa with the Lolita. So we are gonna see how this works. But I do really like the Farsa here because when you have a very high spacing marksman, you do want to face it against a very high artillery mage. That's the Farsa, right? So I'm really liking this LCM pen so far, and you can of course see. what's going to be happening. It's the draft is being set, both the teams are ready, and we have to be focusing onto the mechanics as well again.
I mean, this is the game of the backliners for Team IWT because there is a tanky frontliner jungler that is Fredrin, and in against we can see a Fanny who gonna eat these backliners raw. So I mean, the damage givers in the match for IWT are Irithel and Sicilian. But there are so
Mm.
many damage giver from the side of LCF. I mean, Fanny is there, Forza is there, Granger is there, but ladies and gentlemen, we are here into the land of dawn for the second set of the BO3 of the Stairway to Swiss stage of Crown Championship Season 1. The LCF versus IWT is right now functioning into the Crown Championship. And let me tell you a small brief. The first match, LCF got choked down by their mirror team, LCF2. Sorry, it's not LCF2, it's IWT, who just choked down them in the first match. And this is the second match. This is the do or die match for Team LCF. If they don't do, they will die. If they will
Yeah.
die, they are going
I
back to the
don't.
home. So let's see what happens.
I revitalized being fought very, very early. I know. I feel like Madara just knew how much of a hero he is, and he managed to secure that blue bomb from a Fanny so far. And I feel like the Fanny is gonna be having a hard time because he cannot function without a blue buff, and we have seen some point into that Fanny because when he was playing that Fanny without a blue buff, he was even managing to get kill onto the backlines as well. So we have to see how Angel functions without a blue buff so far. But I would like to say Gatot Gazal Madara on this Gatot Gazal is giving it a very, very hard time for the side of LCF again. But look at Fredrin, he's taunting.
This is what I mean. This is what Fredrin play is. That therefore I love this guy. I mean, we don't see much right nowadays that the Fredrin picks are coming into the tournaments, but there was a time in 2022, 2023 we have seen Kaltizi, Kyrie, so many big
Yeah.
junglers whom I'm taking names right now who are always play this Fredrin and Wise. If I just I mean recall that name of Blacklist International, my favorite team. Wise always go for this Fedrin pick and the whole M3 series. I have seen him playing
Oh,
this Fedrin. So this Fedrin pick is right like a aggressive pick showing from IWT, and we have already shown what happened. I mean, the blue buff just got away from the fan.
you know what I liked? I like a combination of a late game hero and a very, very early game hero into that jungle, a late game hero into the mid lane, and a late game hero into the jungle as well. And we all know Marksman is going to be popping up in the later stages of the game so far. And when there's a very, very tanky jungle on the other side and you have a Cecilia or a Java, that particular hero will be having a good time just trying to I'm trying to stack up a little bit as well, but too fast for you in trouble. Yeah, because that's a CC. He has the escape utility as well, so we have to see how the turtle setup goes for both of the teams.
I mean, Fanny had the mobility, so she knows that she can come into the time of the turtle fight. So she was taking her time, but right now the phaser strike giving so much damage over there. The turtle fight has been dismantled and at a very less HP. Going against the CC right now. The Fursa is taking down that CC with the flicker play over there. It's the first blood coming for the team LCF right now. Oh my goodness, inside the turret, Hilda, Power of Wild is going to take down that Sicilian at a very bad positioning right now. Three members of LCA, but Irithel will be getting down also because Hilda is on the rampage right now at a very less HP. Let's see what will happen to this
Oh,
veteran because the Forza will be taking one more kill right now, and at a very less HP, it will be a double kill for the Forza again. It's Gato's fate, and the Forza and the Fanny at a very less HP will be getting back into the track with the help of the strings, and they will be taking down the turtle right now. What do you think, Devi? Will be a turtle fight, or it's an easy turtle for the side of LCF?
I would say it's LCF side a very easy turtle for them as well. But what a play by Asuna! He did not only did manage to secure a kill, he did manage to maneuver, just outplay so many times until fast for you in trouble again.
Obviously, and one more kill you can see into the EXP and the revenge onto the point because of the turret damage from the I mean for that Hilda will be taking down her as well, and it will be the first kill for the side of IWT. The aggression was too good, but the outplay of Versa, as Davey mentioned, was better.
What a monster makes these guys because Asuna, he's just so amazing in whatever he uses. And we have seen right now the first one. He's much of his hero because he has the mobility as well. And I thought the first one has a very, very high cooldown to this early game, but he did manage to. outplayed it just enough for his ultimate to be popped again, and he did manage to secure a kill on two, three of the members. But now for the side of IWT, they have to have an answer for this first round because he do not want to have a very, very high damage mate because he has the mobility as well. But look at that.
Oopsie, oopsie, look at that, Joe Bomb. Oh my goodness, they are going on to that Madara right now. Madara will be, oh my goodness, Faith the Strike on to the point. AOG will be connecting two peoples, and the Irithel is back into the track. Pookie Fine giving so much damage with the Kachot Catcher. Will be getting down over there. Lolita and the Fanny entering into the team fight at a very less HP. Pookie Fine will be getting back, and look at that Fedrin giving some CC around to the Fanny. Will not having any fatalities for the side of Team LCA, but the Fedrin is not stopping himself, dismantling himself from the team fight right now, and the Fanny will be getting back into the mid lane.
What a ton of events for the side of IWT because you know, we were questioning actually by the Lolita, but the sole purpose of the Lolita was to just put the to heal out, to give to give seal to any kind of basic attack that's gonna be coming out for Porcupine, and he did just that. And you know there wasn't much Porcupine can do because the seal was up, and he's gonna be hurting himself if he hit a lot. And I would say the early game lead will be dependent on what IWC is doing. It has to be
Again,
respected and
Madara
have the
at a
effort
very
in it.
bad position. Obviously, and look at that. The turtle is out again, and oh my goodness, Rhapsody right now into the mid lane. Granger is there for the rescue, and look at that. They are going against that Fedrin right now. The turtle is on. The Phaser Strike giving so much damage to the Madara. Madara will be getting down again by the
Oh,
Asuna over there. The bat piece already been on, and the flicker play from the Granger will be saving him from this situation. But what a play right now from Asuna. I mean that. Time when she used the flicker for taking the kill off the CC, and till now the Fatal Strike onto the Gaituchkacha. She is the X factor for this match. LCF is rooting right now this match because of Suna.
you know, there's no one for the side of IWC who can go into the back and try to deal a lot of damage to the Asuna right there. You know, they have to shut down the Asuna, but right now there's a lot of fight going on. Even then Blast being popped again.
Obviously, the Fatal Strike is off over there and a very less HP. Will he manage to escape? I don't think so because the Fanny is entering into the fight. Oh my goodness! Oh my
Oh,
goodness! Why pick up that? Oh my goodness! It's a double kill for the Fedrin, but the Gatos Kasha will be getting down. The Bat Fist already been used, but it will not taking down the Devil over there. The Rhapsody, the Sanguine Claws connected over Asuna. They should be managing to take on Asuna right now, but look at that. Split push coming onto the top lane. Irithel managed to take on, and in the meantime, in the off camera, we can see it's a killing spree for the Fedrin. What a nice way to take on that kill. I was so much, I mean, into Asuna that I forgot to see Fedrin was literally fighting with a Hilda. It's a two versus one, and this he managed to take on.
And you know, how many times do you see a Fanny having the level lead against a Frederick? No, sorry, we have to see. But the Frederick is just jumping back and just trying to be equal in level with comparison to the Fanny. But right now, Jabom is just trying to, you know, be a nuisance for Porcupine right here because he has the seal, and the seal is a weakness for Idacel.
Okay, look at that right now, going with the Gatot Kacha Sanguine Claws, and
Oh,
it will be over for the story of Misery, and the Faith Strike will be taking down that Irithel. It's a monster kill coming from the Asuna right now, going inside the turret at a very less HP. Exo wants to give some damage. The Batfish on the AOG onto one people. Oh my goodness, look at that. Fredrid entering into the team fight will be taking down that Lolita in the back line, coming for that Fanny, taking down the Sicilian over there right now. They're revitalizing, helping Fanny to get back into the track, and Hilda for the rescue, guys. I mean, that was nice. That was nice. I mean, look at that, Devi. Cecilian was attacking from the back line. It was a surprise that came from that Fanny.
you know, you are never safe when there's a Fanny. You are never safe because we have seen how low Sicilian was, and he thought that he will be able to survive with a lot of frontliner. But there wasn't an answer to any kind of stun that's gonna be coming out for Fanny. And you know, Fanny does do what he is tasked to do: take out any kind of backliners like the DPS. Like, oh, I'm so sorry, like the Sicilian, and
Obviously,
he did manage to do that.
obviously. Can you, Debbie, can you just demonstrate a thing that what is happening right now in the item section because it's already 9 minutes?
You know, an interesting build choice for Fanny right now because I feel like he just wants to stay in any kind of game fights as well because he built out the War X and you know prioritizing the War X more than any kind of damage that's gonna be coming out from him because he looks like he just want to stay in Kibble more and more. And I really like this build path for him so far, but right now the Granger is with them.
Oh my goodness, Astuna will be shutting down over there because Exo is back into the game. And look at that, the gank is on over there. Toad Kacha will be taking down that Hilda. Fanny is into the fight right now. Exo want to go back. Let's see what happened to the Sicilian because the Sicilian will be getting down Fanny for the rescue for the Sicilian and will be taking down her. And will he manage to escape? No, because Erithel into the track and will be taking down that Fanny as well. And Granger don't want to engage right now because only two members of LCF are there. And Lolita retreat to the base, and right now Elemental Lord will be into the hand of team IWT were little bit low from the beginning, but right now I can say they are replenishing those things. The goal lead is just 3k right now.
You know, they were a little bit malnourished, I would say, but right now they are, like you mentioned, replenishing any kind of itemization that they require and the spacing that they need as well. And the goal lead is shifting onto them. We have seen so far how much of a damage Emerson was doing because he have the build that he required. But the Granger is also a force to reckon with because he have the actual lead. Misery as the Granger,
Okay.
like we all know, so amazing. So far we have to see how much
Yeah.
of a spacing he needs because the bomb is always providing the space, the spacing. So
I
let's see.
think PPB is literally remembering you right now so much. The hiccups are for that reason, maybe. And look at that. The elemental lord entering into the turrets right now in the mid lane, in the top lane, first tire. But in the meantime, we can see CC going down over there, as well as the Irithel by the Granger Rhapsody, giving so much damage to Death Sonata onto the Sicilian. Exo will be getting back right into the track. But look at that Hilda right now forcing himself to the Madara. Madara at a very less HP. The Faith strike the AOG for the rescue and will be rescuing back to the lane. And they will be going into the towers right now. Rhapsody giving so much damage to the Johan. This is what we are talking right now. And look at that Johan. They went for the Johan, but Johan will be taking down Lolita. One more. This is what greediness is. It was a too advanced move from Lolita.
I would say, yeah, there was a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, Rhapsody from Misery. This guy, we have seen onto the Granger, and he was doing so much at the Granger as well, and he has to be coming online. But look at that, a lot of damage onto the Sicilian right now. EXO is just taking up slowly but surely. He's gonna be really doing a lot of damage when the time goes on, and John's gonna be tankier a bit. But look at Fanny, just looking for EXO again.
Obviously, look at that wishing lantern from the Sicilian. That was a nice, say I can say that nice itemization from Sicilian because you need a wishing lantern so that the
Mm.
damage will be perfectly good from the side of mid lane. But the thing is, the score was 4-0. Then the score was 10-4. Right now, the 14-10 is the score, and one more turret from the top side will be falling down by the LCF over there. But the thing is, in the top bot lane, we can see a fight is emerging because the Irithel is giving so much damage to the devil, but they will be dismantling themselves. No more fight, no more fatalities, and look at the Lolita.
There was a bad positioning for the leader right there, but there's a steal. But it was here to the backside. Pine.
Yeah, obviously Pukipine got down over there, and look at that AOG at a very bad positioning right now. Madara wants to go back. Let's see what happens because Rhapsody will not give him a chance to go back. Punishment for the Gato Kacha over there and the Death Sonata giving so much damage to that CC. And look at that. Team fight was on, but Asuna is literally trying to take on Pukipine. She knows that so much damage is being dealt by, oh my goodness, play the strike, but the flicker onto the rescue, and the four-man of the LCF right now taking down the Lord. I can say the five-mans are right now onto the Fredrin, but it will be a shutdown for the Fredrin. It's the killing spree for the Granger, and they are going for the CC right now. Asuna cooking the match with having the CC blood into his hand right now and going for the Lord. Let's see, this luminous Lord will be taken down or not. And okay, LCF just took that Lord right now into their hand. The turrets are on. What do you think, Debbie? It will be a turning point in the match for Team LCF, or still we have to see a clean sweep for LCF from the side of IWT?
There was a very, very good turning point for LCF, and they were looking for this, right? Because they need the spacing. And Asuna came online very, very early on, and he might be the actual problem for Pokemon right here because he knows the focus. But look at that again.
My goodness, so who is remembering Debbie right now, guys?
I'm sorry,
Okay, look at
sorry.
that. The team fight already been gone over there. Oh my goodness, the Death Sonata, the AOG onto the play. Three peoples. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
Sicilian taking down that Asuna over there. But again, Sicilian got hunted by that Fanny over there and a mega kill. The Death Sonata onto that Gatos Kasha at a very least HPCC is hunting over there. But it's a double kill for the Granger. Misery bringing again the Misery back to the IWT. And look at that Fanny going inside the base right now at a very bad positioning. The base turrets on the bot side will be taken down. Let's see what happens because the Irithel at a very bad positioning, at a very bad HP. The turret has been destroyed and they will be defending this lord as well. But the mega minions from the top side, who gonna clear it?
we are waiting for Cecilian to come online because we have seen Misery doing his things, like you mentioned, giving Misery to any kind of weapon as he wants. He have with that Granger nonetheless because he has 47 stacks now and he's gonna be hurting a lot on 57 actually. And whenever he's gonna be focusing on any kind of heroes, backlights as well, he's gonna be taking them down very easily because look at that build. He has a full build now with the BOD as well. You know the Granger have a very pricey build, but look at that. Look at him. He have the goalie that he's looking for. And when you have a goalie, you're gonna have that. Any kind of items you need, it's gonna be in display too.
Obviously, the thing is, guys, it's a myth that Irithel is the counter of Granger because if the Granger is in the hand of Misery, then Irithel is like a puppet for Granger because he literally managed to take down that Irithel very easily. But there you go, the fight has already begun. The Rhapsody giving so much damage as well as the Death Sonata, the Batfist
Oh,
on to the point, AOG onto the one person right now. They are revitalizing already been used, but right now Lolita and it will be a monster kill for the Granger. Thing is,
what
did you
amazing!
saw that, Devi? I mean, any team fight is happening. Fanny entering the team fight. First priority is Sicilian. Second priority
Hmm.
is Irithel. That's what a Fanny should play. I mean, the backliners should be in the target.
And he did just that, and we have mentioned. Oh, look at that, Jabun! Just, Johan. I feel like this guy is not really comfortable onto that first terrain because we have seen him use those high damage heroes most of the time. But so far, he's the one actually doing good.
Oopsie. Look at that in the middle and the Death Sonata, the Rhapsody coming into the play right now. The bad impact as well as the bad piece on by that Sicilian. Well, not giving so much damage from for the side of LCF. Again, we can see the third level Lord is been in the land of dawn. Let's see who have their hand on it. But at this gang into the bush, moving out from the bush right now, joining out the map awareness. Rice onto the way for IWT, but they are going into that CC. CC will be getting back or not. Franny
Oh,
going onto that CC. The Feather Strike on, and
oh,
CC will be falling down. Asuna is the X factor of this match in the top lane. We can see four members of IWT are right now literally having bad time for them. I mean, they are not having that time of joy in the first match, like the first match. The Lord is been taken down, and as well as Godlike coming for Misery. AOG onto no one over there. The bad fist already been on, and look at that in
oh,
the backside. Oh my goodness. At a very less HP, the Faith Strike already been on. Let's see what will happen. But Lolita will be taken down by that Irithel, and the Fanny is onto the point. Let's see what happens. The Fanny
oh.
will be taking the killing spree onto that Gato's Gacha, as well as the legendary for the Ghetto. I mean, the Ranger. And it will be a wipeout for this side of LCF as well as the minions. And Team LCF will be taking down that base, and they will be going to the third set because the do or die set has been won by Team LCF. I mean, the third set will be do or die for both of them. So it will be an interesting one. I mean, obviously, you are watching the Stairway to Swiss stage first match, and that was between LCF versus IWT. So this type of things will be happening for sure because the competition is on, and both of the best teams of Crown are right now playing. So let's see what will happen in the third set. But before that, Debbie will demonstrate what happened in the match, why LCF fall. I mean,
There
sorry,
was
I
a
don't.
I you're still getting used to it, but yeah, I would say there wasn't much of a frontliner for the side of IWT because even if the Fredrin was there, he's been sometimes quite rude because he came online a little bit too late for my liking, and he wasn't able to be that much of a threat or a distractor for EXO onto that system. But we have to see the CC pick I was actually questioning because he is the answer to only that Hilda, and he wasn't able to match the pace with Hilda again. So if they had a little bit of a crowd control hero, and they might actually be coming out on top. But it's Misery onto that Grand Zone. He's going to be doing a lot of damage, even though there's PewDiePie under this direct counter pick. He's the one actually having that lead and coming up online so fast with the Sky Piercer as well. Even with the stacks, so much stacks. Whenever he's dealing a lot of damage, I would say whenever there's a fight going on, he would be the one coming out on top. And at the last moment where there was a one v one moment going on with Piku Fan as well as Misery, he was building that mortality on time, and maybe there's a possibility that he knows that he might not have that damage that he require into that perfect moment, and building that taking that immortality on time. I would say that was a good idea, a very, very genius choice for him because that made them win the game as well. The focus was only on Misery, and Asuna was the one actually having that assassin threat that we were looking for on assassin. Mm,
Obviously, I mean, guys, look at this. You are not giving us support. You are not loving us. Even having hiccups, Debbie is analyzing the whole match and trying to speak because she wants our viewers to know what happened, why at IWT fall down. So please, guys, this time for the Debbie's hiccup, please support us. I mean, like the stream, hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to comment in the stream and don't forget to share the stream to your friends. We are working hard just to have your support, have your love. And these teams are literally giving their best gameplay in this tournament. So, guys, let me take a short break before we approach to the third match, to the third set, to the best set, because it is a do or die set for both the teams. Whoever wins will be forwarding himself, I mean, themselves to the Swiss stage. So, before that, guys, we'll be taking a short break. Viewers, short break for you, water break for us. Hello, guys. Did you miss me? Because we are back into the Crown Championship Season 1. The third set is right now into the panel. Yes, guys, LCF versus IWT is going right now in this Stairway to Swiss stage. And we are here in the third set. Can you just believe this? I mean, the first one, LCF got choked down. The second one, LCF choked down IWT. So, I mean, the third set, who will choke down whom? I mean, this is the biggest question. Will it be IWT or will it be LCF? I mean, both of the members of LCFs are playing right now. Some members are playing in the IWT, some members are literally playing from their own team, LCF. So, right now, this match is on to the point, into the last action. Let's see what will happen because the hat is getting banned in the draft phase. In the casting deck, it's your boy STZ with my fellow caster over there, Debbie. Her hiccups has already been cleared because the water break usually went good for her. So let's hear our best analysis of India gonna say on to this draft.
I would say, both teams have been going for meta picks and meta bans so far because we are talking about this kind of two teams who is so flexible in their heroes. Again, whenever you are giving them any kind of hero, they are gonna make it work, and they fully know this well, and they know each other very very well too. And we have seen so far how much of a damage dealer uh Johan is onto that Lee Sin, and he wasn't able to capitalize onto that Fedun as well. Maybe this time around, go for a comfort for Johan, give him an assassin or a marksman jungle. We have seen onto that Yisensin again, and then ban out the Fanny too, because for the side of IWT, they really, really want to go for late game heroes. And if the LCF rip this out again, they might actually keep their Fanny for themselves and make it a sucking factor, a backline diver of onto that Angel again.
Yup, yup, yup. I mean, what will happen? I don't know. But Debbie literally mentioned that they should ban that Granger because misery with the Granger show already have been done in the second set. The unfinished story will be finished by misery with that Granger, and he will be bringing misery to the opponents with that Granger. So you should ban that Granger. The Harriet got banned. Let's see. I mean, there is a ban left, so there is a chance we will see the Granger banned. But again, the Matilda is getting banned. Maybe the favorite hero of this two teams. Therefore, they are banning this Matilda one on one. And let's see the last ban coming from the side of team IWT. What do you think, Debbie? A Granger or a Fanny?
Oh, they ban out the Fanny. So, I'll say the Fanny being banned for side of identity is much, much more comfortable for them now because they can go for that, their signature. Because looking at the two games so far, they do want those expressive heroes who will be power spiking to the later stages of this game, but not into the early games. And we have seen X1 to the Sicilian twice again. So we have to see what they are gonna go for, but because right now they are banning that Fanny, and maybe. You know, for LCF, they might actually go for the Harris or the Granger ban here. The Harris is being banned. They still have the Granger, or if they do want to risk it, they can go for it too.
Obviously, I mean, the first pick lies to IWT, so they can have the Granger also into their side. But this time we can see Badang once again banning from the side of LCF. What is happening today? I mean, I'm having some cough. Debbie is having some hiccups. I mean, what is happening right now? I don't know. And the thing is, guys, still the Granger is open, and as I referred, Pookie Pine picked the Granger. I don't know, but Debbie, have you seen Pookie Pine playing Granger?
I've seen him on every year since '94, and he's kind of a Granger spammer. But we have to see because we haven't seen him in the tournaments because he's always playing XP lane, and this time around he's gonna be going into that goal lane. But as a little bit switch onto the hero so far right now, Asuna taking that extending his artillery mates to this late game monster hero that Sicilian right now, I think it might actually be worth it for them. But that did open up for Johan to pick up that damage dealing here that we were talking about. He's gonna be onto that Joy, and I would really, really love to see this Johan onto this Joy because tanky frontliner isn't not his thing. He's just a damage dealer. He's a player who needs to do damage, and we have seen so far how much of a sad story it was in the second game onto their brethren. And we have, I mean, for Misery right now, they might try to counter onto Arizal, use the Arizal to go against Monkey Pie onto that Granger, and I've seen how much Misery was taking a lot of damage onto the Granger, and Arizal wasn't. much of a factor against him. But this time around, it's a switch of heroes. So we have to see how it turns out.
Obviously. But the misery statement is that if I'm taking Granger, your Irithel doesn't work. But if you are taking Granger, my Irithel gonna work. That's the statement
Yeah,
he is
yeah.
right now giving, maybe. And Khalid ban, on to the point ban. I mean, we have already seen the first match and how the Khalid performed. Madara with the Khalid was too good. But right now, again, the Tiger getting banned from the side of team IWT, maybe a respect ban, because I have been seeing this Tigreal ban from the first match, and they are strictly banning this Tigreal for the side of LCF, and literally maybe a respect ban for sure right now. And let's see what Jobam have in his mind, a Caramella or again the chip getting banned for Jobam sides.
Mm, that's interesting to say because he can go for the meat as well. But uh, IWT and LCR both teams are drafting is so well at this point. They are not able to read it out each other's draft, and the bomb just going for the chip ban might actually be an opening for Madara to ban out the. I mean, the criminal ban for the side of LCF might
Yeah.
actually be opening up for Madara to ban out the chip, or maybe open up the chip. They do not want to risk it because this time around, LCF is the one having their first pick, so we have to see what they're gonna go for. They are yet to pick up the jungle as well as the mage. I mean, not the mage, the flexible XP or the rogue.
Just look at this analysis by Debbie. I mean, she just said that, and it is literally happening over there. The Caramella ban from Jovam, and then Madara getting banned that chip. This is why I call Debbie as the best analogist of India. And look at that, the Hayabusa right now getting picked by Angel. So this is a Hayabusa against a Granger against a Joy. We all know that
Oh.
Hayabusa literally counters the Joy easily, and with the mobility, with the damage, he is also a great one. But there is something about Hayabusa. I mean, he's like a Fanny. He always goes to target those backline heroes. So this time, Granger is there, and in the mate section, who will it be? I mean, will it be Angela?
Mm. The Angela won't be that much of a threat because we have seen the damage coming out from Joy might actually be enough. But this is a kind of pick I'm liking right now because actually onto that Valentina might actually be the one working. But so far, I've seen not an answer for Irisal on Misery onto that Irisal. But we have to see how Johan perform this well because he might be the one actually having that uh duty to just attack onto that Irisal so far because so we have seen the composition. Madara onto that Johan might actually be to force the Irisal onto that Purify and make a way for the Joy to dive in. But if Misery can go for that sprint again, just try to dodge a little bit of any kind of unstoppable force or ejector coming out from Madara again might actually be in favor for him. Yeah, so far the draft have been focusing too much on Misery right now. We have to see what they're gonna come out with because I feel like the bomb onto that Belleric might actually work because Belleric has been counted as a counter for Joy, and he might, Johan might have to be a little bit decisive on when he dive and when there's a Belleric presence.
Yeah, obviously, Debbie. But the last time I saw a Jawhead roamer was in the MLOS finals. ET picked it in our match only when we casting the second match. They picked that Jawhead, and it dramatically worked for some time. I mean, literally, it worked for some time, but right now we're going not EDIGN. Kimmy picked it, nah? I
Oh
forget
yeah, yeah.
about that. Yeah, Kimmy picked it. So again, I'm seeing this Jawhead this time in the do or die set. So this time, guys, I mean, Team IWT is cooking something into their mind. Joy pick Granger into the hand of Pookie Pine, and obviously, I can say a Jawhead into the hand of Madara. We have already seen how the Khalid was there in his hand, and right now the CC doesn't make up that much, but the Jawhead, I'm going to see how Madara will play this Jawhead. But here we are, guys, into the Land of Dawn for the third set of the Stairway to Swiss stage in the Crown Championship Season 1, and there will be one team who will be going to the next round. That's the Swiss stage. So, I mean, all the best to both of you guys. Bring it on. I mean, this is the match. You have to show your 100% if you want to be in the Crown Championship. If you don't want to be in the Crown Championship, then I mean, the die will be the name. I mean, you will be out from the tournament if you lose this match. Both the junglers are taking the aggro, Debbie.
Yep. you know what I think about the Zero Head? I kind of don't really like a Zero Head being picked on, but because the Zero Head is too dependent on the early game, and when he doesn't have the early game advantage or the lead that he's looking for, he might actually be falling off just a little bit. And the Bella is a kind of a hero that can crowd control so many times. And Zero Head is a do or die kind of hero. You just dive in, you eject anyone, and if they do not die, you fall along with them. And this is the kind of hero you do want to capitalize on the early stage of this game. And if you cannot, he might actually be a non-factor this game because the Belleric actually does have that have more of a priority than any from than the Joe had so far. But we have to see how they capitalize on that because there's a Joe with a lot of magic damage and the Valentina who is kind of a supporter. But look at
Jobam, Jobam, Jobam. Oh my
oh
goodness. Johan will be taking his friend Jobam over there. And look at that Hayabusa having those shadows, but there will be no fatalities from the side of team. IWT right now, but IWT did manage to took the first blood. This is aggressive move coming from them, and again they're going on to that Madara right now. Madara will be falling
oh
down Madara will be taking down that Gato over there. I thought it was Madara who gonna die, but Gato was literally paralyzed over there.
yeah, that was a special kind of insector we are willing to see. And so far, I was talking about the early game hero that Zero had is, and he have to be having that elite in order to be a nonsense factor for the side of LCF. But right now he's doing quite well because we have seen so far the title will secure. But look at that.
Oops, 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 oops. The turtle fight has already been on into the blue section right now because the turtle has been taken down by IWT and Johan took that kill of the Sicilian over there. Nice one from the Zohan right now, and they are going for the blue buff. The Obi Shadow kill already been on, and it will be Johan who will be getting down over there as well. As look at that. They are going into the side of IWT in the turtle lane, and Madara at a very bad positioning right now, but will be managing to get back. But look at that. The too fast for you is literally haunting right now, team LCF.
Yeah, too fast for you. He's so fast onto the heels as well. And we have seen he isn't in the sprint. He's just using that revitalizer express sustain that we have seen. And I think this might actually be the distractor. He might be the distractor for the side of in IWT against LCF. So we have to see how he's gonna be charging in because most of the time it's actually the actually too fast for you who have that level who have that early game early arrival in any kind of team fight has been so far, and Gaston is just there to arrive with that AOZ time and time again. So more of the teams are solely dependent on the distractor kind of experience that they have so far because the Joe hat might actually need to cam a little bit more. But look at that, Joe Bomb in
Look at
trouble.
that. Jobam going against Jawhead right now. Oh my goodness. Madara will be taken down over there by the Erizil, and so much damage coming from the Johan because the Sicilian again will be falling down over there. And look at that. The
Oh,
electrifying beat will be taking down the double kill onto the Misery over there. And so much Rhapsody coming onto that Belleric, the Death Sonata. The Rhapsody didn't connect. Managed to escape from there. The Shadow connected on the Granger. Will he come back for the Shadow kill? No. He's getting back. He's getting dismantled because the Shadow kill is not onto the hand of Angel right now.
yeah, what a massive team fight we're looking at right now. But too fast for you. That's a bit of a pickle right here, but he has to be saved right now because he has the sustain that he requires. And you know, the aggressiveness coming out from both teams might actually be in favor for the side of IWT because IWT does have the zero head and the Bellary as well. But oh
Who,
my goodness! Oh,
who keep fine? Taking down Misery's Irithel over there. I mean, this is stating that Granger's counter is not Irithel. Irithel's counter is Granger, guys. Electrifying beats onto the turtle, and the turtle will be taken down over there. But did you saw one thing? Did you point out one thing, Devi? I mean, whenever Asuna is not performing well, the whole LCF
oh,
is getting down. I mean, they are literally depending on her or on him or what?
oh my goodness! Like you mentioned, yep, it's actually true because he is kind of a second Peter Division sure for the LCA, but right now it was
Obviously, the AOG onto the point as well as the Belleric over there also has been driven down. Oh my goodness, they're ahead. Oh my goodness, look at that team fight onto that point at a very less
oh,
HP. They are going against over there. The bat impact will not giving any damage because the turret also getting down into the backside, and we can see double kill for the Johan with the electrifying beast.
oh.
And it will not be a triple kill, but it will be a double kill for the Hilda as Asuna is getting down. That a dream start for the IWT in the do or die set, and they are going for the mid clearing right now. The top is falling, the mid is falling, entering, as well as we can see Johan is going for the EXP lane also.
I mean, I think I was a little bit tad bit greedy on just trying to secure a kill onto Johan right there, but understandable because he was like, I can fall down and take down the jungle as well. But unfortunately for him, Johan was too mobile for him to just take him down. The jungle class wasn't connecting onto him as well as the flicker, and the support coming out from the side of IWT so far has been impeccable. They are rightly on time, on too fast. I feel like this guy has finally putting on any kind of hero that he's put in the hill that might actually be his most comfort.
Ooh. Look at that. Belleric will be taken down with the Rhapsody because of the poor map awareness. And he literally forced himself into that thing. And look at the damage coming from Irithel. But Irithel was half
Oh, oh,
away.
oh.
HP. And oh my goodness, it was off camera. But Hilda inside the turret getting the kill of the Irithel over there, the electrifying beast right now, giving so much damage to the. Oh my goodness, the devil. Devil. Look at that. The Rhapsody onto the devil will be taking down the devil, as well as Madara will be falling down over there. The shadow did connect it at a very less HP. Hayabusa don't want to engage, will be dismantling himself, will be retreating to the base, and one more neutral objective popping off into the land of dawn. Let's see who will have his hand. For sure, else I mean IWT is cooking this match, so they will having this neutral objective as well.
What an amazing kind of a turn of events for IWT right now because we have seen to the second game that was actually Asuna just being all over the map, just doing a lot of damage. But so far right now we have seen, like you mentioned, he isn't performing well because he is on the Sicilian and late game hero, and he won't be as aggressive as he was onto that first hour right now. But look at that, a lot of damage on Devil.
Okay. Look at that. The team fight already begun over there. The Batfist on. Oh my goodness. Look at that. The Jawhead entering into the team fight and giving so much damage. But the Jawhead will be falling down over there. It's unstoppable coming for the Joy as well as the double kill because the Sicilian getting falling down inside the turret. The Rhapsody, the Death Sonata, the AOG for the rescue. It will be three-man down from the side of team LCF and no man from the side of team IWT. I mean, sorry, one man from the side of IWT. One for three trade.
And it was actually a rumor that's falling for style IWT, and you have mentioned it was so much worth it for IWT, not so much for LCF. But right now, we were talking about how much of a damage dealer Johan is, and putting him on the fighting wasn't much of a factor for him. But right now, onto the Zoe, he's been such a menace because look at him. He have 8 kills on his kit, and he's got the Holy Crystal now, and he's gonna be hurting a lot. And his focus will always onto that Arizal again. But look at that.
And look at that electrifying bits as well as two people of the LCA over there. Belleric falling down, double kill for the Valentina, and at a very less HP. Hayabusa also getting down over there. It's a mega kill for the Granger. Oh my goodness, Spooky Pine giving those spooky damages with that Rhapsody and the Death Sonata to the LCF, literally getting into their heart because it's a do or die. And Spooky Pine is literally rooting this match right now for IWT.
You know what? When most of the time we have seen the Granger is so much higher, and it's because of that. You know, Intel won't be able to counter you when you have your teams enabling you most of the time and always being protecting you and giving you time to farm up a little bit, and it completely ignoring your jungle to that extent. But so far we have seen whoever gets the Granger is the one with the highest win conditions so far. But looking at the side of LCF right now, they can have the Hayabusa being the split pusher and maybe give chance for the result to farm again because the late game result is a very high damage hero will be having that sprint as well, and it will be hard to catch. But so far they hasn't been able to do it because the Rizal have only two builds on his kit, just the Berserker Furious as well as the Windtaker. Meanwhile, Pokemon under the Granger is having so much damage with the Sky Pusher again with 40 stacks, and the BOD too, very early, and that's a 4 item hero with a 3 item hero, and when you look at it, it's gonna be IWT who's gonna be having that lead.
Not only the BOD, not only this Granger, because Johan is also cooking this match, Debbie. Look at the KDA 817. I mean, this is the KDA we want as a jungler. Obviously, the elemental lord is right now going into the blazings off from the inhibitor on the mid lane, and they are going inside the base right now. The Batfish already been on AOG on three people into the base right now. They are going for it. Jawhead entering into the base, giving so much damage. The Batfish has already been on and giving so much damage to the Lord, and Lord will be taken down as
Oh,
well as the Jawhead. That bad impact onto the point, onto the Jawheads, and Jawhead will be falling down as well.
looking at the position so far, Arsenal looks like he wants to have a fight back, right? Because he's dealing a lot of damage at this point, enabling him might actually be the answer for the side of LCM for now. And Zubom has to make a perfect stand to the rest of the rot if he wants to have a say in this game so far, because most of the time it's actually him being caught in the ejector, just trying to give reason for his teammate, and so far he hasn't been able to because he has been bursting that time and time again.
Wasted, practiced, wasted on something. I can't say that. But the thing is, I mean, they literally lost the Lord fight. They could have done so much damage onto the inhibitors, but they didn't even clear one inhibitor. Maybe the aggressive, lineup they came with and the aggression they showed in that fight. I mean, AOG onto the base, Jawhead going into the base, that was not needed. I mean, you could have stalled them a little bit, taking onto the side base turrets, and it would have been an easy way to enter into the base. So I mean, they literally went advance and they got the cost for sure.
You know what I'm actually concerned about is Asuna, because it's already 11 minutes games and he has been not sticking well so far into that Sicilian as much as he would like, because he's only onto 173 stacks we have seen, and he will be needing a lot of minions to stack on, but that has been denied by IWC time and time again, because they have been freezing their minions so far, not giving any chance for them, and if they come out they are going to be attacked by any members who's just camping out there. But look at the position of JFR. Sorry, they are not giving any kind of menace to any member for LCM. They are freezing so much that Asuna will be very lacking in the stacks that he's been looking for. And it might actually be a wonder for him if he be able to deal a lot of damage, because the Sicilian is so dependent on stacks, and so far he hasn't been having it, and they are actually behind.
What do you think, Debbie? I mean, a winter truncheon. I said, elegant gem or a clock of destiny for Sicilian first pick. I mean, as a build, because
You know,
Asuna went for that elegant gem.
Yeah, this is kind of a standard build for every kind of team, every kind of mid salvation who is on the Sicilian, Assyrian and Peter too. Now Asuna too, Asuna as well, and Eden too. And they are just going for this because I feel like they required this anti-heal much, much more earlier. And looking at the side of IWC right now, they have 10 care members who's going to be onto the front line, and he wants to disable this front line. He wants to poke this front line as much as he wants to. So he wants to go for the elegance jam first and prioritize two of the other items so far. So it might actually be a factor.
Obviously, look at that. The Lord is entering the AOG onto the Belleric over there, giving so much
Oh,
damage to him, and the Lord is hitting the base right now. Look at that. Oh my goodness, the Gato is here, and the Hayabusa joining the team fight right now. LCF giving the backfire, and it will be shut down for the Hill up. 2 kills already been done. 3 man out for IWT right now. 2 man down for IWT right now, and 5 man's being there for LCF. They will be defending the Lord as well as they will be taking down the gank also to into their hand. I mean, look at that. Kind of a table turning moment for LCF.
mm, I would say this is a facing that requires comeback so far, because they have a better late game compare in comparison for IWC. But the problem for IWC is that they do not have any kind of CC, high CC that can make them dive in comparison to the Valerie for or the bomb right here. But look at that, the bad face being popped just to stack up, I would say, because Asuna at this point he's so lacking in stack, he's looking for anything to hit.
Obviously, look at that. Goal lead is right now being higher for this side of IWT. Obviously, I mean it's 13K, but look at that going on to that Hayabusa.
Oh,
Unstoppable for the Granger. Right now, 4 man of LCF, 5 man of IWT. They are going against the LCF. And oh my goodness, look at that. A very nice escape for that Belleric as well as the Batfist on for the rescue of Team LCF. Nice one from Asuna. But Asuna, if she will be back, I mean, if he will be back with the fire, with the damage, with that, the movement he having in that previous one, he have that potential to, have this match into his hand. That's why
yep.
he's the factor in the last match.
So far you're right, because he's the win condition like you mentioned. He's the only chance for LCF to come back for. And I don't see understand this so well. They are just trying to be giving lesser minions so far that as much as they can. But they shouldn't drag this game very very late, because they want to end this game early. Because looking at the side of the combination so far, it's actually the mid early game that they are having. The Granger might not be dealing a lot of damage as high as the Irithel or the Sicilian so far, and we have seen the high crowd control that's going to be coming out from Japan with the Red of the God as well, and the taunt is going to be having a lot with the AOZ, not forgetting to mention the AOZ, that those combination are going to be a kind of a factor for LCM that can make them win. And so far right now, IWC doesn't have the desired potential, the crowd control potential that they could go with. Now they have to be having a very, very high lead with the goal that can make them a very, very high damage hero. So in order to crack this base so far, and we have seen how much of a defendant LCF is.
They left that lot and easy lot for this side of team IWT once again. And look at this 14k goal lead, but it will not matter because the game is getting late. So if you have 10k, 20k goal lead in the late game, doesn't matter because I mean so many players, all of them will have the full set. So that's the reason goal lead doesn't matter in the late game. But the thing is, they got the Sicilian into their hand, the late gamer, the Irithel into their hand. So, Team IWT is not doing a great thing by taking this match to the
Yeah.
late. They're baiting their win because they have a good position right now. They have won the turrets, they have won the lanes, they have the objectives into their hand. So they should try to finish it off by taking down the backliners because Irithel and Cecilian are the damage giver in this match right now. The Luminous Lord entering into the team fire. Look at that. Entering into the base, the electrifying base, as well as the immortality is there. But right now, Lord is entering into the base. And look at the Jawhead monster kill for the Granger right now, taking down that Toad catcher over there. And the Lord is still out from the base, not entering yet. And look at the Rhapsody coming onto that Hayabusa, forcibly using his second skill right now. Oh
Oh,
my goodness, entering into the base, giving the electrifying base so much damage, and they are going for the base directly because the
oh,
base will be falling down, and it will be IWT. It will be IWT who are going to the next stage. That is the Swiss stage. They got the stairway to the Swiss because they won tonight this BO3 against LCF. 2-1 is the score, and what a game from IWT. They literally went for the base, direct for the base. LCF four members were there, but still they didn't manage to take on that Lord, defend that Lord at that time. Debbie, what just happened in the third match? I mean, LCF was too confident in the second match. Asuna was too confident in the second match. See, he was the X factor in the second match. But this match, Asuna fallen down, whole LCF fallen down. We have already seen in the first match also. What do you think? Am I right? Or, I mean, the team is so much dependent on Asuna or what?
I feel like that's true, actually, because we have seen like Manson when Asuna was on to his comfort, not his comfort, but early game career hero, like the first time we have seen so far, has been very, very well for him, and he's just carrying his teammates so far, giving them spacing, giving them time to farm out a little bit. But now that he's in a very late game hero, there's just be a lot of tagging that's gonna be limited in the rotation wise as well. His team cannot do much without his presence. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into this Crown Championship, but right now we have two new teams. It's IGN versus Evil Esports, and this is a best of three series and Stairway to the Switch round. We are going to be seeing what other teams bring fair out, but right now I am going to introduce myself. I am your caster here, Debbie, along with Burger right now. So we are going to just jump right back into drafting phase. And Burger, what do you have to say about this joy band for the side of IGN?
I mean, IGN probably don't want this mobility coming in with this hero, and specifically his, uh, I would say, the way I would say dives into those backlines, and with his electrifying beats, it's really hard for the squishy marksmen to push through or you survive through, I would say. So, banning him can be a priority when coming off. But then, another magic dealer, magic damage dealer, that is Ascension, is getting banned. That's obvious because, onto those sturdy tanks, which do have a lot of, I mean, don't have a lot of mobility on them. Zeushin with her flaring lantern can be, a terrifying nightmare to them, and as well as a defensive mechanism, her ulti, Crimson Beacon, can be used for, flickering away or, blinking away from situations. Then we can see a Matilda being banned out. So, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I really like this Matilda band coming out from IGN because, like we all know, and you mentioned, she can take anyone out from a dicey position, whichever predicament they are in right there. And I would say, looking at the drafting so far, I do really like IGN when they are drafting because they are so brilliant in how they are drafting, just using their own opponent draft to their own advantage again. And so far, we have done Evil Esports. They got Crisis. They are rising on the top because we have seen how they amazing they have been playing time and time again. Even if they are newly formed team, I mean they're nearly still there, but the members are completely new. So we have to see how they fare out to this a little bit of interchange in the members for the side of IGN as well. But they are amazing how, like I mentioned, how they are drafting. So taking the Suyu out, they took out the Joy as well. They took out the Suyu again. So they are just nerfing down, lessening the amount of jungles that's going to be available for them as well as for Evil Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's true because, you don't want those OP hero pool to be opened out to your opponent. So, you will try to shorten it down or cut it down as much as you can. Banning those OP heroes is really required in this, matlab, I would say, meta because you never know when you start get snowballed by your opponent. So another amazing ban, that's Hayabusa. But then, okay, Granger is open, probably yeah, and why not? They are gonna lock in with a Granger in this match because why not this hero with his Rhapsody as well as the Death Sonata? He does have a lot of mobility on him, and the damage spike is real on this. I would say hero because sometimes he can be really great as jungler too, but for the extra mobility, extra survivability on this hero, so you need to have a flicker too. That's depending on the situation, to be honest. And okay, super dry locking in with the Badang. So probably gonna go uh for Badang roam. I mean, this is a flex spec due to the recent meta. I mean, Badang with his Iron Fists and with all his skills can provide a lot of control.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, Mm, I like this Granger pick coming out for IGN, but at the same time, they completely left open a very, very highly dominating goalina for Harriet right now, and as well as the Badang Super Joy right now. But I would say the Badang, it has been so much of a prize since last week that we have seen so far in many of the tournaments because how much of a displacement hero he is, how much of a setter he is, and the damage that he deals as well with the face crack, even though he can build always a he's gonna be building out with tanky equipment so far, but I've seen him doing a lot of damage even with that with the Thunderbird in combination. But so far right now, Juzen and NT will be going for tanky heroes. These two old heroes that has been very highly dominating these early games and the combos as well. And the flexibility so far we have seen, it's so amazing on what these do as well. But looking at Evil Esports, they are directly answering to these high mechanics, high tanky heroes, high HP heroes directly with the alpha into this jungle right now.
Yeah, and the second banning phase starts with, and let's see what are the last two. And probably they are gonna ban I would say assassin most probably, because till now Team IGN haven't picked up their uh, either of the mages or the I would say hyper for them. And most probable situation in right now crisis would be going towards the goal lane. Oh, that's a nice man coming in from their side. Not much of an meta hero, but then has a lot of potential in the team fights. And looking at I would say evil esports composition, so I would say it's kind of like they have to roam around really close packed in. And so an aurora with frigid glacier would be proving a very I mean very lethal opponent against them. So banning her out is a really prior choice for them now. But then IGN again coming up with another amazing EXP laner. That's it's a chip. But then they also went with a Garud Kacha EXP. So yeah, banning out chip is a prior, because this maybe Garud Kacha can sustain a lot of damage, but then CC would be dealing a lot of constant damage, and that too with her range. If that was up in close, then Gatotkacha would have taken care of it, because as his passive stacks would fill up, he will be giving those enhanced basic attacks by which he will gain his health back. But then CC being a ranged fighter, so he would be getting a lot in trouble if she was picked as opponent. But then they also do lock and ban in that glue. I mean, has ult is really annoying. So yeah, being an obvious ban for team IGN. And then lastly, Novaria being banned up. Again, I would say this hero is kind of out of meta, but then you can't ignore her snipes. Usually during the late phases, she doesn't even let I mean, roam out the damage she provides. And if she's accurate with it, I mean, she can, you know, literally one shot you with one of her flame shots and her skills.
Yep, absolutely right. And the Novaria is actually a kind of hero when you respect Van because the bits this guy is amazing onto the Novaria. I mean, I've seen so far. Not
Uh,
much people have been using the Novaria except for him, and he's gonna make it work time and time again. And understanding this, Evil Esports are the one actually taking out the Novaria for themselves. And I do really like the Eve being picked here because there was a chance for IZN to pick out the Eve against an Alpha, and against an Alpha, the Eve is such an amazing hero to go for. So understanding the situation, the other one actually picking out the Eve, but banning out the Aurora right now, they do open up a chance for them to pick up the chip as well. And looking at the composition of the IZN so far, they can go for something very tanky, a setter kind of hero. Well, they can put the Badang into the wrong position as well, but I do not really like a Badang ROM. The Badang is actually very good into XP lane because of the clearance that he have, and the sprint, the blink, it does have kind of given a bit of a mobility so far, and the spawns as well with the setting potential. But so far we have seen Super Reds just picking up that Khalid. Maybe it can go into the room position. I would put the Badang for an XP so far. Yep, both teams are just driving in, locking in into their own heroes. But right now, I would love to see that the draft coming out for Evil Esports have every kind of meta we are talking about. They have the upper hand in every way. And what am I seeing here? Meteor onto the jungle, gonna be a fun match to watch so far.
yeah, I mean, for the teams to look really strong in them. I mean, specifically, I would say with which I mean he took in with Sicilian. I mean, that guy has a lot of range, to be honest, and they do also have that Granger on their side. And all the meta tanks, I would say Gadot Kacha and Hylo, so they do have a insane amount of, I would say, front laning capability. So yeah, they do look insane indeed.
Mhm. So
And
without further ado, we'll be diving back into the land of dawns, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of three series with both of the teams just prepping up with their new members as well. And in this best of three series, this first game is where you try to shine the most, pick out the best heroes that's possible, pick out your best ever heroes. And now you're gonna be serious because the first game is what gives you the advantage. And so far, looking so good because Minions and Fleets are the ones doing all the claims with the help of their tanks as well. But the stuff coming off on board of the mages right now, we have to see how far they can go for it. But support in their, IGN has been so good in supporting their jungle because they play for a jungle type of composition so far. So we have to see how they are going to be faring out against each other.
I mean, yeah, at this point, I mean, for Team Evil Esports, as you mentioned, like uh, Badang Roam, you don't suit it that much because the lane clearance he has is better suited as an EXP laner. But then Khalid is also really good at clearing lanes. But then maybe Khalid wouldn't have provided that much, I would say, control over the fights as much as Badang. Because Badang's fist break is really important, blocking the opponent's path and trapping him in. So and
Mm.
towards top lane, okay, okay. Hylos looks really
Oh,
low. Okay, another dive in coming in from super wet,
oh,
but then revitalize pops in, and the fist break does go on that, and Alpha with the spear of Alpha thus finishes off the low HP Hylos.
That was an amazing start for the start of Eagle Esports right there, taking out the XP so early on because they do have that lead right now for to start for the prepping onto the turtle so far. But looking at the alpha, YZ is just going out for going for just prioritizing his jungle first instead of the turtle. So far, Aizen is are the one who's starting for it, but the Raging Storm onto the backside. Miro will be the one securing that turtle on the ghost while will be committed again. Super right in trouble right now, taking very low, but Juzen is in the position to beat there, but the free scrap will be connecting on three members. Meteor falling down to the hands of Super Dry, and Juzen will have to back away because he's taken very low, but there's a trade for the turtle, one kill for the side of Evil Esports.
An amazing fight coming on from both of the sides. Super Dry doing his best, trapping him opponents with his bad fist, and very successful invade by Alpha that secured the buff of the Julian. I mean, took away the blue buff right away and heading towards his farm now. And I mean, for the first part, I guess as a mage, Eve would be having a lot early jungle clearance. I mean, minion clearance, and the rotation is also very decent from coming from her. And look at Super Dry, probably setting up a gang for his own team. He just backs off.
Hmm. He's just too careful, right? Just positioning into perfect timing. And when I do not really like a down room, but when you put it into a room position, there's something of a distractor that you need, and that comes from Super went onto that Khalid, and none of us he's the one diving in. There's a potential set, but onto the top side. Oh my goodness! Taking down Crisis with that enhanced sword, and I feel like this is gonna be a very worth it for them because shutting down their Harriet into this early game pressuring him time and time again might actually give the Aaron the lead, but look at that. The freeze card connecting on to two members. Anti will have to back away. The glorious power will be committed as well. Miro in trouble, but Super Try will be taken away in the midst of it all. And just two kills for Miro onto the jungle so far. And YZS not connecting any ultimate onto anyone, but AOZ will be connecting onto two members. And Anti will be the one taking down YZS. And Zuzen will be falling to the hands of Crisis, who is back in form. And Anti has to back away so far. But the Mafia will be popped again, but so far both of the teams have to back away. There's a 4-3 lead feels for them now, and the goal as well. It's not. It's just equal, but Super Red just trying to dive in and forcing Aaron the Creator to flicker away.
Aim that flicker without if I mean Aaron didn't flicker it out, probably he would have been dead because you know. So Crisis was also rotating towards that lane, but then, over the teams have started with the Lord. Okay, Cyclone Claw connecting with that Khalid, and that Gazot Kacha does the skill secure for his team, and Alpha does secures the Lord for them as well. I mean, a Lord for a kill, not a bad trade, because they're not too late for, those late team fights. But then, at this point, I guess it's fine, losing their room, not room, I would say. Losing their EXP for a turtle, not a bad trade.
So far, the goal lead has been equalized for both of the teams because, the back and forth of both teams so far going into the fights, coming back and joining in again has been their only pattern that we've seen so far right now. And whenever there's a chance for the side of Evil Esports to go for, there's a response that's going to be coming out from IGN as well. But looking at Julian right now, he's trying to be as nuisance, such a nuisance as possible against IGN because he knew that there's going to be a backup coming out of both the teams so far. And oh my goodness, the glorified will be committed onto no one but just a free of Alpha connecting onto YCS as well. The fifth crack will be committed, the real observation will be popped away, and the monsters will be each forced to pop again. The second clock connecting onto members, and the run will be the one taking down Crisis into his hands. The super dry will fall into the hands of Susan. Again, so far, this is the guy who's going for more and the tankiness. And that's a reading center onto the backside again. Super Wet is in trouble for the members of IGN very, very low, but they have to back away. Meteors are trying to dive in for that means is but he doesn't have any connection to that CC is looking for, but at the end they have to back away from both of the teams. They are just gonna focus onto any other objective they can find.
I mean, a very interesting fight. We saw all of the members from the side of IGN. They're quite low, but then they clutched it out really well. And I guess Evil Esports have now, have lost the goal balance, and the goal lead is now with the team IGN. They are heading in with a 2k goal lead from on their side. I mean 3k goal lead on their side, and the turtle is up. Okay, and
Oh,
we can
that's basically
see.
onto
Yeah,
Wits. Oh, Wits in trouble is gonna be taken very, very low, but oh my goodness. Unfortunately for Super Dry, he is the tank with no damage at all, and what a good catch, but that's not gonna be the cure onto Super Dry because he doesn't have the damage he requires. But Juzen just trying to spawn onto Super Dry, and that's a lack of ultimate coming out for the side of Evil Esports, so they have to be careful. But oh my goodness, a mega kill for Aaron into the midst of it. Oh, when there's a lot of objective fight going on, he's just diving in, and he's gonna be in trouble again. Very, very low, super dry into chase, start chasing for him, and Aaron the creator is trying to survive just a little bit, and NT for the rescue, just diving in with the glory pathway again. No one can dive, but super wet in just diving in with the raising sandstorm, but he will be connecting a lot of members, but he's taking a lot of damage and won't be able to sustain any of fall into the hands of IGN again.
I mean, what a gameplay shown by Aaron. He was the one getting chased in 0 HP, but then, Hylos with his dive came in really nice, and Simon Claus connects to the Badang. Okay, the Iron Fist does connects, but Gacha would be taking the kill for the Badangs. I mean, inside the turret, they are diving really recklessly right now, and they do have an advantage with the Sicilian. I mean, that Sanguine Clause and that bad impact, the range it provides, that's really high. So they don't even worry about finishing off enemies. They just need to dive and give a basic amount of damage. Sicilian would be doing enough damage then, just to finish him off. So team, I would say IGN do have a very wholesome combo coming in from their side.
Indeed, a wholesome combo that you mentioned, and it's only 8 minutes, and Vitz is stacking up with 164 stacks so far right now, and he's gonna be dealing a lot of damage once the later of the game goes so far. But the glorious pathway connecting onto the top side, oh my goodness, an immunity on Super Drive, but he has a wall, he has a free square, but it's not enough, and he will be the one taking him down, and a lot of skirmishes, but into the profitable side for and time again, because most of the time they are always together. The tanky frontliner, but Crisis in trouble. The bat space will be committed as of the monsters will not be enough, and monster kill for Aaron the creator right there into that grandeur.
Harris should have backed off pretty, I mean, a bit early, because being at this point, not being fed, and for the early game penetration, he doesn't even have his holy crystal on. So I mean, he does need to build up on that. I mean, probably he's building up, but then before then, taking a fight with a Harith is kind of risky, and in a situation where you are, underfed, that's kind of questionable.
Mhm. You know, when there's actually they are actually behind, they have to be careful, like you mentioned. So far,
Yeah.
they haven't been careful. There's always trying to set for it, and YZ has onto the alpha. He doesn't have the snowball that he was looking for when there's an alpha into the position right now. But onto the top side, crisis popping out his Malphite as well, and a lot of dealing. There was dealing potential for him, but it was not enough. Aaron was so ahead in comparison to him, and will be the one losing that solo fight is going on for both of the teams, but the Lord will be marching onto the bot side. There's one less member for the side of Evil Esports, and a misstepping for the side of Crisis right there, but there's an enhanced burst not be connecting onto anyone. YCS will be trying so hard to defend this, and AOZ onto the backside. The glorified will be committed as well. The real mutilation and the best race too, but Super White will be the one falling into the hands of the Granddad that Aaron right now. But I see and looking at them, they are just having double kill for Aaron the Creator. He's just dealing advanced damage with the Jacksonada as well and the Rhapsody too, but that's two members, three members per calling for the side of even Israel falling down. But oh my goodness, Isis will be falling down to the hands of Aaron again. That's triple kill for Aaron. The base in trouble. The base is wide open, and that will be all, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first game secured by IC, and surely they are the one leading this with a lot of damage coming out for around the crater, and deservingly so. He's the one who gets these damage, the highest damage, and the MVP as well.
I mean, why not? Even throughout the match, he was there into his rotations and team fights, and he was the one usually finishing off the enemies. So and he also got up some really good stacks, because I would say Crisis was really being reckless at times, and diving in even though he's underfed. So it helped out Aaron to gain some stacks on his Sky Pacer, and Granger with Sky Pacer is not less than a saver, not less than scary as a saver. So you don't want to feed up a fed Granger. I guess that kind of where Crisis messed up here in this fight. But then, from the team of IGN, they were really into it. I mean, their Hylos was on to that part, supporting his teammates with his glorious path and his revitalize on those dire situations. And for Evil Esports, I guess they will be trying to back it up onto the next game. Till then, guys, we would like to take a short break. We will be back with the second match between these two teams. So till then, guys, stay tuned.
Okay. Well, we are back, guys, into the second game right now, and a briefing for the first game is taken by ICC, and with that, with Aaron the Creator just carrying a lot of damage into himself, and right now there's a reason for Evil Esports to ban out the Grander, and Aaron, you know he's making the Grander work, but so far the Crisis has been a very well-known marksman player as well, but the Grander is still up for grabs because they are under the first pick. But looking at the bench so far, they are banning out the Lucas as well as Matilda, for both of the teams, these two heroes are such a menace in these early phases of this game, so much that it's worth taking away. But look at the fast bans coming out for both of the teams. What do you think about these two bans coming out for both of these squads?
I mean, if talking about Joy, I mean, why not previously described she has a lot of mobility, and with electrifying beats can be really, scary towards those, I would say, non-agile, usually squishy heroes she's targeting upon. So yeah. And Hylos, I would say previous match we saw the high I mean, you need to be scared from Hylos for a reason, because it's not just like he boosts his movement speed with his glorious path, it's the whole team running towards you. It's like five zilongs running towards you. So you need to be really careful about it. So banning him, opting him as a ban, it's a really good choice. And okay, another ban from Superwit, that's Harith, because previous match they were taking it, but then this match they don't wanna give the advantage towards uh, Team IGN, but IGN also banning out Zushin. Because why not? This hero is always has been proven herself annoying and dominating uh, right from the early phases of the game. So banning her right away is a great choice. But then this time, Crisis is taking in with that Granger. So do you think this time Crisis would be showing how to play the Granger better? I mean, you know, showing it in better version.
You know, they are pretty much trading the junk this grandeur so far because the chance for IGN to pick out that yourself too, but so far the grandeur is the side who have that better win rate. Every time you've seen any kind of conflict coming up for Granzo, he's the one actually doing a lot of damage and just being this changer into the meta. And there's not much of a counter for Granzo right now. Maybe possibly it's gonna be dependent on the team on and not the lane. They can take out any kind of hero that can dive him away, that can outrange him. And I really like the presence of Farsa because the Witch can pick out the Farsa if he wants to go against to focus on the Grandstand, but it's gonna be a little bit risky because as Hayabusa, there's super vet also that heal that again. But so far, the CC being banned coming out from IZ, and I will understand this because you do not want to imprison your foreways into the lane. You want your foreways to join the team fight time and time again to be a tempo breaker most of the time and be there whenever you need him, whenever there's a fight going on. And you know, it's gonna be a very good matchup so far. But for Evil Esports, they are taking away direct counter for the Granzer. The result is out of the picture now.
I mean, yeah, irritated. A damage spike. I mean, they don't wanna. Crisis. I believe previous one of the tournaments he did face off Granger and I was casting it. And the most scariest part was as soon as the late game came in, I mean, Crisis just was. I mean, just opting away his second skill, then like, I mean, uh, just yeah, Aerithel came in with her ult and just two shotted him. I mean, two basic attacks, and Crisis was already laying in the ground. So probably he also is really scared of this hero. And then Aerithel as a meta pick, you don't want her damaging your team, because you do have a really squishy composition till now. Because Hayabusa and Granger might have a lot of uh, damage, but then they are itself squishy too. So banning Irithel out is a really good choice. And a Louis ban coming in from the side of Evil Esports. I mean, why not this hero with the diversion play coming in? This hero can be really annoying at times. So banning her out is a really fundamental choice for the usual tournament format. And then Sicilian also being banned on this situation. I mean, why not? The previous match we saw the damage coming in from the Sicilian. That was really great, and because he was the literally dealing so much damage. Being on the back lines, providing control with his sanguine claws. So banning him out is a great option for now.
You know, if they, I was talking about the roles, I would have been questioning if they were going for the roles, but right now. always is wanna be rocking onto that Valentina. And this guy, whenever the hero is being put into his hand, he's gonna make it work so far. So now IGN do plays this early game heroes. They want to go for this early game heroes and just get another early game jungler that's gonna be the studio. But so far, it's looking good because they have that beat. But the Hayabusa for the side of Evil Esports, I am liking this Hayabusa because whenever there's a chance for him to dive into the back line, whatever marksman will the side of IGN Esports pick for, they are gonna make him up because there's a Hayabusa, and the Hayabusa's main show focus is onto the into is gonna be onto those squishier backlines, those BPS, and there's also chance for Bits to be that Manning's right because he have that mobility into that Valentina, unlike many mazes. But so far, they're giving out a very big alternate for Witch. Means just picking at the Aurora might actually be a big alternate for Witch to pick it up as well. But looking at around the crater, he has a chance to pick out the last marksman so far, and he's gonna be going for that Claude. I see, and what I like about them is that they make this Claude work. Claude hasn't been known as that early game heroes, very weak in laning again, and Iron the creator has made it work time and time again against a Granger, any kind of Granger he's been facing. He made it work so far, but this is Crisis on Granger. We have to see how these goal-in method will be turning out because this time around it will be dependent on his teammates' rotation.
That's true. I mean, Granger, right from the early game, and having a squishy opponent in his front, he would be trying to take as much advantage as he can. Because at this moment, Claude has a really, I would say fragile HP bar comparatively to a Granger, and the damage output from a Granger is far more higher than a Claude could deal in the early game. So at this point, Aaron needs to be really careful while in his farming, or I would say rotating towards the fight, because in the starting, if Crisis chooses to cut his lane, try to push ahead, I guess it would be really easy on him. But then also there are tanks supporting these two uh, I would say marksmen. So it could be really dicey thing. But then, ladies and gentlemen, here we are arriving in the land of dawn with these two teams playing against each other for the second time. Evil Esports versus IGN on the I mean red side, and having a victory over their head, they do have an advantage of not having that stress of losing this tournament. But then okay, there was a lethal contest going between these two heroes, but the lethal was taken out uh, by Hayabusa. I mean, Retribution. No,
Mm-hmm.
no, no.
Yeah, that's
So
gonna
you,
be
so
giving
you.
a little bit of lead. Oh, okay.
Um,
That's gonna be giving a little bit of lead for Mira to that studio, but the lead is kind of the one most important creep into this early game because there's one plus creep for you, there's a girl so far. But I do really like that everyone plays down onto this against this crisis onto that Granger. He's just facing the Mira so far, and Mira's just trying to dive in with the BMI again. There's a stun coming on. Mira has to. Oh my God, Mira got stunned. Alright, super dry onto that, but down again is taken very low and be falling down eventually into the hands of super dry. Again, and crisis will be low as well, but onto the other side, YZS taken down to the third Gatsai as well, but which will be the one securing that kill onto that Granger onto crisis again. That's a lot of damage coming up our border teams and 2-1 and score so far right now. And one of the goal laners will have to back away because they do not want to risk any kind of mm, losing any type of minions so far, and they have to be careful always because they need to farm out a little bit and have to be available for the team fights and carry this team again. But Super Dry stunning on Julian again. There's a lot of damage on Julian so far, but the passive really pop for Julian again.
Team fight. Okay, a lot of Ali coming in from that Phobius. Okay, Phobius constantly spamming his ult. Okay, Retribution pops in a kill for that Hilda with his will with a power of wilderness, and also there goes the Gacha fallen onto that riverside. I mean, the turtle is still up. Both the fighter, I mean, hypers can fight off, but then so you being in a really low HP went back to take his buff. Okay,
Not so
Hayabusa
far.
also. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was actually a good call from Miro to just break it off because he doesn't want to fight. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of damage on by Miro as well. He's the one securing that turtle as well as a kill onto Super Dry again. Not a good escape for the side of YZS again. I really thought that he was gonna be falling down to the hands of Miro right there, but just losing the turtle might be enough of a trade for them. But one of the goal is just trying to rotate away. I mean, the errant creator is just. I mean, even if he is the crowd, the weak laner here, he's the one actually having that potential to be that much of a damage, but the blazing defect will be popped again, but Crisis had the mobility to be able to escape, but the shadow will be landing on the creator, he has to spin away, and shadow kill will be committed as well, but it won't be enough to take Aaron down.
I mean, this was a really nice chase down and a really good AOG coming into the turtle fight. But then here we can see Aaron looking really low. I mean, is not recalling. He will after clearing this farm. And the Hayabusa did lock into him, and the way he was running, and the Hayabusa's shadow kill was locked into him. That was kind of funny. But then he just survived because Hayabusa does. It's just the early game, so the damage output is kind of low. So he would be surviving that. Instead, and a fight breaking in towards the bot, and Hayabusa coming in, probably gonna confirm the kill with his shadow kill. No, the vengeance does save him, but Hilla does confirms the kill for his team.
That was a good trade of events for the side of Edo Esports because they knew they do need that kill, but onto the mid side super it will be taken very, very long. We're also trying to dive in for more because this is real with a damage XP based on HP, but super will be very, very tanky with that. Revitalize as well. The Frigid Glacier will be pop, will not be connecting to anyone. It will be used very, very defensively, but onto the other side, but down will be standing onto Miriam, but he will not be taken very long. He is gonna survive into that super wet, just diving in onto that turret. The turret damage will not be enough, but both teams taken very low, but they are surviving at the same time. A lot of damage coming on for both of them. With no casualties so far. The turret will be up, and for Izzy and they are the one who have actually the better set.
Yeah, and the turtle has spawned in again. I mean, sure, starting in with the turtle. Hayabusa trying to take the lead at the moment, but I don't know why he is not. Okay, he was trying to take the blue from the show you not much in use because I mean, sure you already did clear it out and also has his turtle on his side, so he should really watch it out. I mean, looking at the hero, you can already figure out which item has been taken out. But then Granger surviving with a really critically low HP onto those two, a really good gang set up by that Phobius. But then he just survived somehow. I mean, using his second skill, didn't even use his flicker because he knew if he uses flicker, most probably Phobius would get his ult and dive down. Okay, AOG
That's like basic
put
right.
in,
So the like
yeah.
super dry will be falling to the hands of Mira. Again, there's a lot of damage from Mira, but I would say there was a mistake on his part because he didn't have the wall that he required in order to stack down just a little bit and hands the sun away. But they didn't quite have a pick up. I mean, he's just ganking, just trying to make plays for taking out the first objective so far for both of the teams, like in turret wise. But looking at the boss side, oh my goodness, Crisis in trouble. The bleeding duet will be performed as well, and Crisis he survived that onslaught, but why is he into the picture right now? He is trying to look for a little bit of gems, but Aaron new creator is just hearing, listening, I mean, figuring it out, and he has to be in a very, very good position so far. But right now, for other teams,
Okay, both teams. Okay, you could see turtle spawning in about 30 seconds right now. But then both the hypers should try to gather up some kills as the scoreboard favors right now. That's IGN, Team IGN, because they do have a 2K goal lead on themselves. So slowly but steadily, Team IGN are taking those small trades onto their team, and yeah, this small trade would be proving out a big difference onto that mid to late game phase. So yeah. So you're diving onto that Padang super dry backing off.
my
Uh,
goodness, Inferno
could
pressure will be committed again. But Juice in trouble here. He'll be taken very, very low, but the IOZ will be used defensively. So far, Mira will be the one securing that turtle so far, and both of the teams are just trying to farm it out. And looking at the position of Ice, and they are just looking for more. And they are just diving into the first one to dive in. Super White will be plotting him out again, and you have to back away so well. But the turtle will be in the focus, but YCS just diving in very low. He'll be taken out by NT again. A lot of damage coming out from Mira as well. The Detonata will be connected, but not much of the damage is going to be dealing. And the red buff will be in jeopardy again. Both teams have to be backing away, but so far, IZN have been looking so good, and they're just going to steal any kind of buff that they are looking for. And Superwit just cannot do anything about it at this moment because Mira has such a lot of abilities so far right now. But the Physic Plater will be connected as well as the Fist Crack onto three members, but Crisis will be the one actually falling to the hands of Anti again, and Mira just trying to dive in, but it will not do enough. Anti has to back away so far. So good, looking good for Ivy, and again they are just focusing onto any buff that they can find so far.
And they play literally playing. So example AOG coming in, but then okay, another kill probably. Okay, the passive pops out for the Aurora. Aurora looking really low. Shoyu does finishes off her with the Soul Severe, and I mean Super Wet was in there, kind of could have dived in, but then let's see. Okay, Shoyu taking into that blue buff again. Okay, that's Sonata trying to uh take in that blue buff from Miro,
Oh,
but
okay. That was they were just trying to I force a error upon NT right now. And IZN didn't fall for the triple so far and it's looking for good for them because NT won't be falling anytime soon. You need to have your marksman. You need to have your mates to be to control him, to stun him in order to not give him any kind of infernal place that he's looking for. But so far Hayabusa has been doing a lot better right now because he's just going to be the one split pushing, be that a micro factor for the side of Evil Esports, but the stun coming on to Razi. Razi, as he has said, he should be safe, but the red buff will be in jeopardy and will be eventually falling into the hands of Mira right now. But IGN, they are gonna focus onto the lore, and they are very very objective, relentless.
Yeah, I mean,
and then okay, another fight breaking in, anti taking in some of the smashes too. Super well. Not just there is this basic poking coming in because anti as going on with a full defense build coming in, so he won't be doing much. Unsecured Lord for uh team IGN and a kill for Aaron, putting that Granger into sleep, but the fist crack does pops in, but then no use. The Kasha does secures his kill.
That was that's a recall coming off of here. I want to super, but he's just diving in, dealing a lot of damage, and then recall again with that echo out. I mean, this guy is just doing everything he can in order to taunt Evil Esports, but so far, he has been in the lead, and he can do. I mean, he can get away with anything, any kind of damage, any kind of taunt he's looking for. But the Lord will be marching into the bot lane, and the lead coming out from both of the teams. I mean, for the side of IGN has been too much for Evil Esports to handle because at this point, Crisis still have that Sky feature, even though he's zero kills so far. And without a stack, it's gonna be a waste of item section. But looking at the Lord marching down, they are just trying to dive in. Jilton just diving in. The first one to dive in, you'll be taking a lot of damage, and the physical laser will be popped again. Jilton will fall into the hands of the Granger. YZS securing another kill, but Muriel will be the one securing the kill onto the kill target. The blazing to it onto the backside. The fish trap will be connecting onto three members. The Lord will be the one hitting the base, and Hayabusa will not be available. And ICN take this serious with a clean sweep, and they are the one. They will be the one who will step further into this tournament, into the Swiss round, and they are literally taking their.
I mean, Team IG and they play it really well, sweeping up to the victory in the score of 2-0. Team Evil Esport didn't stand a chance. And in the last fight, as we saw, like uh my Mirio is like going into the base trying to recall in and then set up a whole gang that Kacha did got sacrificed by the Frisic Glacier, but that didn't matter at all because the way Phobius, I mean Anti, just jumped in, that was too epic to see. And then cooking in within their altar, that was the really crazy part I saw in this match.
It was amazing to see ICN having that, I mean, potentiality because we have seen so far ICN have been winning a lot these days, and even with the new members into their lineup so far, they are the one actually doing good with the drafting as well, the execution as well, and the change, and the replacement also. So safe to say they are one of the best squad so far, and they prove it right here in this best of 3 years in this crown championship. And last but not the least, we are thank you for the viewers as well. And we're going to be closing this tournament tonight, and we are going to be hoping for more into tomorrow because we have so many exciting matches to be coming up as well. So stay tuned for the next time we are going to be streaming. And take care, guys. Subscribe, like this, and share this to your friends again. And yep, good night.
Good night, bye.